Oh, there's a duck treat on your side. Did he already eat it? There's a duck treat that was on the floor on your side. Yeah. Okay. Jack, why are you being a shit? What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Mister? Don't you start your shit. Here, look. I just saw you get. You get down, you can get up. Come on. Want food? Come. You're a dickwad.
Yeah, a little bit.
Go get your food. Look. You okay?
Mommy just abused him.
I'm not abused him. He just tripped a little bit on one of the steps.
Love you, baby.
Love you. I have to put something on the stairs now. Because it's not that he can't get up and down the stairs, it's just that he knows he's going to slip and fall. And if he tumbles down those stairs, it's a fucking lot of stairs. I know, I also agree. It is a funny thought. Like, but if he stops going up and down the stairs, then he's going to not be able to eventually. You say my shows have a lot of screaming?
Huh?
And you say my shows have a lot of screaming?
Yeah, but I'm not watching it when I'm trying to sleep.
Okay, fair enough. I'll shut up.
I didn't mean it that way.
No, touche. What are you sleeping?
Good job, sir.
Good job, mister. Thank you, baby.
Well, you ate a little bit.
Wow, better than nothing. Better than fucking hoovering the floor.
Yeah.
Let's listen to Crackpot. Or not.
Me in a number of ways. I'm going to try to ask this as a non-believer very delicately. But, you know, what I see you tracking here is effectively a very deep-seated tribal identity that leads inevitably to this sort of like us versus them mentality, which also makes it very easy to justify things which would otherwise be unjustifiable. And I see this, you know, again, coming from a non-believer perspective as effectively a feature rather than a bug of fervent religiosity. And I'll give you a non-American, you know, example of this. You have these settlers right now, Jewish settlers in the West Bank, who really believe they are like doing God's work when they are murdering Palestinians and kicking them off of their land. So, you know, what's your reaction to that? That when you have this sort of, you know, fundamentalist, fervent religiosity, this is the direction that it frequently tends to go in terms of tribalism, us versus them, and, you know, quote unquote, good people justifying things that should not really be justified.
I'm so glad you asked, Crystal. I mean, so I have a chapter in the book. You probably haven't gotten there until later in the book, but probably my favorite chapter in the whole book, even though it's not really sexy from a material standpoint, where I'm talking with scholars about sort of the history of when religious justification leads to great crimes against humanity. And we've seen this, you know, throughout the centuries. This is nothing new. I mean, and we've seen it with Christianity. We've seen it with Islam. We've seen it with other faith traditions. I think your question is absolutely appropriate. And part of the reason, again, that I'm writing the book is to try to warn about this, that when religious identity properly realized and rooted in specific to the Christian tradition, rooted in Jesus's teachings, that you love your enemy and you pray for those who persecute you and you turn the other cheek. There's something fundamentally so distinct and countercultural about the teachings of Jesus. There is zero justification for violence found anywhere in the New Testament. I mean, the Apostle Paul is locked up and being beaten, and he's singing hymns and talking about how he's praying to convert the guards who are abusing him. Peter, who is Jesus's right-hand disciple, he's writing his epistles from Rome, locked up under brutal Roman occupation in the first century, as Christians were treated terribly there. And he's telling them that your suffering brings you closer to Jesus, and you will be judged by how you treat those who are abusing you. So you can find a twisted religious justification for violence and for identitarian conflict if you are looking for it. But what I'm trying to emphasize in the book is that if those of us who are truly followers of Jesus, we are called to something greater. And I share your concerns with any religion that is twisted and used to justify that sort of conflict. I really do. It's a huge problem.
Tim, whenever I talk to evangelicals and they've been hearing now since 2016, how can you support an adulterer or somebody who obviously doesn't believe in God? And they're like, look, we're like any other voters. We take what we can get. We believe abortion is literally murder, and this is the person who got it done for us. This is why we support Trump. What do you think about the practicality of evangelism when it intersects in politics, and why so many do support Trump today?
Well, yeah, look, I mean, 2016, you view that in its own narrower context, right? There's this transactional relationship. It's easy to forget now, but you go back and look at 2016, and evangelicals, white evangelicals, were the softest supporters of Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
He added Pence to the ticket, and he released the Supreme Court list specifically to assuage the concerns of that group. And he went to New York and met with hundreds of them at a Marriott. I was there, and it was a hard sell. And he had Huckabee, and he had Franklin Graham and others vouching for him, Jerry Falwell Jr. They really had to do the hard sell. So that was this transactional relationship. I think how it's evolved, and this is really the psychological component of this is fascinating. I think many of these people, they are under no illusion about Trump's morality. They don't think that he's become born again, that there's some supernatural transformation of the man. I think for many of them, and this is kind of a thematic backbone of the book, they believe that America is on its last legs, that Judeo-Christian America is on its last legs, that the secular culture is coming for them, and that if they don't do something about it, if they don't fight back, then they're going to lose this country. And they look at Donald Trump, and in some sense, even though on paper he's the exact wrong match for them because of his personal lifestyle and all these things, he's also actually the perfect match for them because he's not a Christian.
Yeah.
He's not bound by their norms. He doesn't have to play by their rules. Mike Huckabee and others have given voice to this, where they basically said, look, the barbarians are at the gates, and we need a barbarian to keep them at bay. And I think that is sort of the justification that a lot of these folks have reached, where they've said, listen, I'm horrified by the guy's behavior. I wince every time I hear him talk, but I'm so afraid of this country being overrun by people who are going to, persecute. Look at COVID-19. They shut down our churches. The secularism is on the march. They're coming for us. And I think, let me be clear, I think that's a very unhealthy approach for the Christian to take. We're told time and again throughout Scripture, fear not. It's the most frequently cited command, Old Testament, New Testament, fear not. Like, again, if you find your identity so wrapped up in America and in these sort of tribal identitarian movements, you do start to lose sight of where your calling ultimately is. And so that fear, while I understand it, I also just want to warn against it.
So when you say the barbarians are at the gates, who are the barbarians? Because this is one of the things you talk about in the book too. One of the heroes whose name I'm blanking on talks about being good losers.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That there's this sense that we're losing or we've lost and we have to be good losers. And I'm just looking at that. I'm like, what exactly are you losing? What have you lost? What has created this sense of just absolutely existential dread that again ends up, justifying switching from decrying the immorality of Bill Clinton to just excusing literally anything that Donald Trump does?
Well, I mean, look, this is the $1 million question. And, some of this just comes back to the idea of like desperate times call for desperate measures, right? 20 or 30 years ago, when Bill Clinton was carrying on with Monica Lewinsky, well, there was peace and prosperity and the country was still stable. So yeah, we could rebuke him. But now, again, the barbarians are at the gates. Now, who are those barbarians? So if you think about some of these ascendant Christian nationalist movements that I document in the book, you don't have to have a poli-sci PhD to figure out when they say that we're going to reclaim America, we're going to restore America, like who are they reclaiming it from, right? Look, 50 or 60 years ago, this was a country that was 90% white. It was 95% Christian. Everybody went to church. Demographically, sociologically, it was a different place, right? And so I think a lot of folks are deeply invested in this idea that they need to take back this sort of idealized Christian America. There are any number of problems with that, but I think just at its core, demographically, statistically, that America isn't coming back. We are secularizing. We are diversifying. The person you mentioned is John Dixon.
Yes.
He's a professor at Wheaton College, and he's Australian, and which gives him this fabulous perspective because Australia, just in the last couple of years, officially became statistically a post-Christian nation. Christians are now a minority in Australia, and we in the United States are tracking about 10 to 15 years behind Australia. So he gives this wonderful talk at Wheaton, and I would invite people to try and find it online, where he says to his American Christian brethren, he says, greetings from the future, my friends. Let me tell you about when you lose this status in society, this majority status, when you lose the commanding heights of society, that it is a good thing.
You are actually fucking psychotic.
It's hard to recall just how unlikely a candidate he seemed when he entered public life in the 1960s. Prime Minister Lester Pearson was desperate for new Quebec candidates during the federal election campaign in 1965 and recruited the famous union leader Jean Marchand, the eminent newspaper editor Gérard Pelletier, and the provocative intellectual Pierre Trudeau, who had never held a steady job.
And I hope I will get the heck out of there if I can't do a good job.
They were nicknamed the Three Wise Men.
And that was a big news during the campaign of 65.
At the time, Jacques Chrétien was already a Liberal MP and parliamentary secretary to Lester Pearson.
And Mike Pearson asked me about it, and I was campaigning with him, and I let me know that if these three guys comes, it might delay your entry into the cabinet. And I said, if you have better guys than I, what can I say? You have to do what you have to do. But I said the problem is I think that Marshall would be great. And Pelletier.
Pierre Trudeau's reputation as a radical had been established during the many strikes in Quebec. He was often regarded as a wealthy dilettante with a penchant for inflammatory rhetoric.
This is a fight for recognition. This isn't a fight for certain advantages. And I think trade union people throughout the province should rise in arms and not in arms, should lay down their tools and show their economic force.
Within a few years, Trudeau was being sworn in as the federal Minister of Justice under Prime Minister Pearson.
This is the day that Trudeau and I were admitted into the cabinet. Trudeau became the Minister of Justice, Turner became the Registrar General, and I became a Minister of State attached to Finance.
And you knew it was 4 prime ministers there, probably.
No, none of us. At that time, everybody expected John to be the next one.
Oh, yes?
Well, Trudeau was not seen at that moment to be a future prime minister, not at all.
What was your first impression of him? Were you did you like Trudeau when you were you suspicious or?
No, I like him, but I never thought he would be elected.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. We had a problem to find a writing. The people don't remember that. He got selected, more or less imposed in Mont-Royal, because Trudeau was the most very controversial guy, telling be on TV all the time and speaking up his mind.
You thought he was kind of too intellectual, or?
No, he was not a political type at all. When he became the leader, I remember some intellectuals in Quebec said, Pierre Trudeau be the prime minister. It's unbelievable. So he was, for me, he was not a troublemaker, but, close.
Trudeau was elected easily in 1965, but in the English Montreal riding of Mount Royal, he was already on a collision course with Quebec nationalists and campaigning forcefully against the idea of Quebec separation. As Justice Minister, he drew a lot of attention to himself with sweeping reforms of the laws governing marriage and divorce, abortion, and homosexuality.
The view we take here is that there's no place for the state in the bedrooms of the nation.
But it was his high-profile confrontation with nationalist Quebec Premier Daniel Johnson at the 1968 Constitutional Conference that put him at center stage.
Look, Mr. Johnson is the leader of Union Nationale. Union Nationale has always built itself on the attack of federal politicians. This is nothing personal between Mr. Johnson and me. It's his policy to try and destroy French Canadians in Ottawa.
At the end of 1967, Lester Pearson announced that he was retiring after 40 years in public life.
I will indicate in no way any preference for any successor.
The Liberal Party had a tradition of alternating between French and English leaders. All eyes turned to Jean Marchand as the leading Quebec prospect. but he declined and supported Pierre Trudeau. Trudeau had decided to campaign on his favorite slogan, La raison avant la passion, reason before passion. But he found that his candidacy was being pulled in a different direction. He became the object of a kind of delirious hysteria that came to be known as Trudeau-mania.
I can't remember if what you call Trudeau-mania began. I don't think it began until I threw my hat in the ring, and I certainly didn't suspect it would come.
The phenomenon of Trudeau-mania is often connected with the nation's mood in its centennial year, celebrated with Expo 67 in Montreal, and a burst of flag-waving enthusiasm across the country, a time of supreme confidence and forward-looking ideas. Joe Clark remembers confronting Trudeau-mania as a young conservative.
I campaigned myself that summer of '67 in Calgary, and I remember I was a young candidate, but we were running the streets, and literally kids came out running with us singing the Bobby Jimby song. And so there was that sense in the country, and he fit into it so perfectly. But it was more than that. I think he would have been a striking figure at any time. It was a time when Canadians hoped more than they doubted. We live in a time now in which doubt and cynicism are stronger, maybe in part due to the disappointment of that hope. But he also had powerful capacities.
In the first week of April 1968, the Trudeau leadership campaign rolled into Ottawa by train from Montreal. In many ways, it was a children's crusade. Trudeau had a strong hold on the youth delegates, and most of his organizers were young.
You're considered the man to stop at this point.
There was a lot of resistance to the Trudeau movement from the Liberal Party establishment. The surprise endorsement of the popular Newfoundland Premier Joey Smallwood gave the Trudeau campaign a sense of gathering momentum.
What I like about it is, this man is going to bring us one nation, young men and women, to the Liberal banner, who without him wouldn't even bother to vote.
At the Club Saint-Denis in Montreal, we gathered 4 political figures to reflect on Mr. Trudeau's career from very different perspectives. Former Quebec Premier Pierre-Marc Johnson of the Parti Québécois, former Conservative Party President Dalton Camp, former Ontario Premier Bob Rae of the NDP, and Liberal Marc Lalonde, who served Pierre Trudeau as an aide and minister and was one of the organizers of that 1968 leadership campaign.
As I said before, Marchand declined. You would be taken to an asylum if you had come to say to people that Trudeau wants to be the candidate. After Marchand declined, people realized that there was no obvious candidate from Quebec. So Trudeau ended up being more or less candidate by default.
Up until then, Canada had not had its Kennedy. It had not had the glitz, the kind of charismatic politics which the Americans had under Kennedy. And I think we tend to often underestimate the influence of American politics on Canadian sense of what politics are about.
Yeah, I mean, I was a student at university at the time, and I went down to the convention and worked on a daily newsletter called Trudeau Today. It was the convention newsletter. I wasn't a delegate, but I was caught up in it, because he was a very different kind of person in politics. And I think for that generation, for the baby boom generation, I think Pierre-Marc is right. I think there was a sense that he did represent a very different style.
People are getting re-engaged in politics, and the imagination that, it could be something vital in their lives. They wouldn't have to work too hard at it, but it would be important. And they'd gone through this long period of these two old stags, their horns locked, Diefenbaker and Pearson and Diefenbaker, on and on and on and on. And people were genuinely tired of it.
All the way!
As the 1968 Liberal Convention unfolded in Ottawa, the American civil rights leader Martin Luther King was assassinated in Tennessee. The candidate spoke the following night.
And the tragic events that began last night with the assassination of Martin Luther King, and which have degenerated into today into strife and arson and hate and murder, is a tragic reminder of that reality.
I remember standing on a street corner in Toronto, watching with others the convention on television when Mr. Trudeau made reference to the King assassination, and he had that sense of public mood. I don't know that I've ever seen anyone in Canadian public life who had that sense more precisely than he did.
And sitting there as a 20-year-old, he was the only one who understood that we were part of there was a context to this thing that went beyond, fellow delegates and liberals and the old kind of, let's get the old war horses pumped up and let's do another one for the party. He was, I don't think it was feigned or anything. He just said that,
connected to the outside.
Yes, this is a connection. I mean,
That's where he was.
That's right. But that's what people wanted. That's what people were looking for. They weren't looking for a traditional horse.
He knew more about Algeria than he knew about Prince Edward Island.
But they still got elected.
On the fourth ballot at the 1968 Liberal Convention, Trudeau needed 1,200 votes to win.
Here, E. Trudeau, 1203.
What surprised our little gang, anyhow, is that how easy it was to get yourself in a position of importance in a long, historically established party. We were outsiders, complete outsiders, even severe critics of the Liberal Party.
Canada must be unified. Canada must be one. Canada must be progressive. And Canada must be a just society.
In 1968, just 3 days after taking over from Lester Pearson as Prime Minister, Pierre Trudeau called for a general election. His principal opponent was the new Conservative leader, Robert Stanfield.
I remember after the convention, whenever the day it finished, I think Saturday, I got on a plane on Sunday and flew down to Ottawa and saw Stanfield. He was in an apartment, just assuming, moving into Ottawa. And we had a meeting at his apartment, glorious sun-filled day. And I said, we're not going to beat this guy.
No kidding.
And he agreed. Really? And we decided, what we decided was that we just have to go through this thing and fight it. Because what was coming, I could see it coming.
The 1968 campaign was less an electoral battle than a coronation. Trudeau mania was at its peak. The hysteria began to make him nervous.
It was at the same time a lot of fun to see a lot of happy people and smiling people want to shake your hands and mingle with you and so on. But there was a sense of unease, and I think I very soon on began to tell people around me, look, I'm no miracle worker.
In comparison to Trudeau, Robert Stanfield appeared somewhat stiff and staid.
We're all agreed that the present economic situation in the country calls for some restraint in taxing and spending by the various levels of government in our country.
Mr. Stanfield was the quintessentially dour, proper English Canadian. And Mr. Trudeau was the quintessentially aggressive, outgoing, not so much French Canadian, but man of the world. And I think those were the images that people saw and voted for.
In English Canada, Trudeau was widely seen as someone who was going to put Quebec in its place.
Well, I am trying to put Quebec in its place, and the place of Quebec is in Canada, nowhere else.
In the 1968 election, Jacques Chrétien remembers an incident in British Columbia.
I was campaigning there, and some people said, Mr. Chrissy, I could barely speak English at that. He said, we have a person here who never voted Liberal in his life. Oh, it's very interesting. So I go to him and said, sir, I am told that you will be voting for the Liberal Party for the first time in your life. He said, yes. I said, would you tell me why? He says, because that guy Trudeau will put those French guys back in their place or something like that. So I had a hell of a problem. I said, what the? So I looked at him, he was pretty old, and I knew he was to vote for the last time, so I let him vote Liberal.
In 7 years, they haven't managed to tell us what they mean by two nations. What do you mean by two nations? What do you mean by special status to Quebec?
Was it a great advantage for Mr. Trudeau to be seen in English Canada as someone who was going to put Quebec in its place?
But it was a terrible misinterpretation of what he was going to do. Because he was outspoken, he was a Canadian, like I am a Canadian. That doesn't mean that we are Quebec bashing. The values of Canada are great, and we want to preserve it. That's not to put down Quebecers or anybody else. Those who believe that he was crush the French in Canada, were very disappointed because he was, on the contrary, he wanted to promote it.
Oddly, Pierre Trudeau was often labeled a traitor in Quebec. One incident took place during the 68 election campaign at the funeral of Trudeau's friend, the prominent French-Canadian intellectual, André Laurendar.
Coming out from the church, Saint Viateur Church, I was with Pelletier and Marchand, and somebody in the crowd shouted at us, you bunch of traitors, and there was hate in his face, and I didn't like that feeling. In a sense, there is this xenophobic feeling, I guess. Is he really one of us if he's going to work with those Anglos? And if he's accepted as he is by those Anglos, it must be because in some way he's selling us out to them.
He incarnated for nationalists the refusal of the nationalist logic. It's as simple as that. His consistency as he viewed the development of the country and of the Federation was one in which all provinces were equal. If there was anything specific, it wasn't about Quebec.
What Trudeau was objecting to was not the fact that Quebec was different from other provinces, but the fact that because it was sociologically different, it should have special powers. The government of Quebec should have special powers that other governments in the Federation would not have.
He would put Quebec at its place. And nationalists didn't like that.
It was not that Trudeau was somehow anti-Francophone. I don't think anybody was less anti-Francophone than him. He was very committed.
He was anti-government of Quebec.
Yeah, he was anti-special status or whatever you call it. And that was quite clear, and he did it consistently.
But to put it in a nutshell, he saw the future of French Canada and Quebec essentially in federal institutions. And he was weary and concerned about nationalism, which I think he equated largely with Salazar, Franco, Hitler, like so many people of his generation, for whom nationalism was what leads eventually to authoritarianism.
The federal election, 1968. Here is Norman Defoe.
Good evening. Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau and his Liberals have the first majority government we've had in this country since 1962.
After winning the 1968 election, The first priority for Trudeau and his new team was to make French Canadians feel more at home with the federal government. A new Official Languages Act would shake up the longtime English domination of Ottawa.
The strongest point of the separatist feeling and even of the nationalist ethic is that this is an unjust country. We can't even speak our own language. We go to Ottawa, we met at the door of Parliament, we want to see our member of Parliament. We can't speak to a policeman or to a porter who will understand what we say. We're not at home. We elect people to Ottawa, but we can't reach them. We pay taxes to Ottawa, but we can't be in our own language. We go to the courts and we can't be heard in our own language, and so on. So everything that was federal, we said we would make bilingual.
Thousands of federal civil servants were dragooned into language lessons with doubtful results. Slowly but surely, however, civil service bilingualism grew in spite of resistance, and the face of the government of Canada was transformed.
Mr. Trudeau's contribution should not be underestimated. I mean, he did change a lot of people's assumptions about what was possible, how much bilingualism was possible, how much should be assumed. They didn't just change it in Ottawa. I think he changed it in Ontario. I mean, where provincial progressive conservative governments over the space of 20 years succeeded by other governments. You know, we now have bilingual courts. We have legislatures bilingual. We have, I mean, there's a process of change, which if you'd said 25 years ago, this is what Ontario is going to do, people would have said, no, there's no way they're going to do that. It's going to be a huge reaction. It's happened.
That said, it seemed from part of English Canada, mostly Western Canada's point of view, as well as part of Quebec's point of view, that this policy was supposed to solve the elements of tension.
No, I don't agree with that.
Well, I think the expectation, why people still say in Western Canada, come on, we have these bilingual services now, what does Quebec want? And there's an issue there which was not answered. Bilingualism policy was presented as one of the fundamental elements which would satisfy Quebec.
I just think Pierre-Marc's completely wrong. I don't think that's what the policy was either intended to do. I don't think anybody ever thought that the issue of bilingualism was going to somehow solve the Quebec government's agenda. Opinion in English Canada is much more sophisticated than that. With great respect. I mean, really. And I think one mustn't forget, going back to the 50s, the purpose of the policy on bilingualism was to make sure that French was not a second-class language in Canada, and in particular was not a second-class language in federal institutions. And I can't imagine anybody saying, I mean, it took guts to do that because there was discrimination, and because there was an assumption that English was the common language and that's all you needed, and that if you wanted to get anywhere, you had to learn, you had to be English and you had to speak English.
Many see the Trudeau bilingualism policy as a key achievement. University of Toronto historian Michael Bliss.
I think that one of my bottom lines as an historian about Trudeau is that I think he saved Canada from breaking up. I think that the Trudeau deal, which was I come to power and the country gets bilingualism, was the essential deal for holding Canada together at that time. It seemed to me that it was the only logical answer to the separatist challenge.
From the time he entered Parliament in 1965 until about the end of his first year in power, Pierre Trudeau lived through a kind of honeymoon. In the eyes of most of the national media, he could do no wrong. Then, once he had a record to defend, the wheel turned and the press attacked him with equal enthusiasm. He hit back.
You can stick it where you want, what I said, on the record or off the record or elsewhere. I frankly don't care.
The new prime minister had predicted to his staff that Trudeau-mania could easily turn to Trudeau-phobia.
But of course, after he became prime minister, that type of popularity cannot be sustained. And in fact, there's a danger in that because expectations become too big and that's created disappointment. So for me, I love to be the underdog. You know, I always try to be underestimated.
There was something about Pierre Trudeau's personality that aggravated many Canadians, especially in the Western provinces.
He doesn't mind being vulgar, but he doesn't want to do it over a microphone.
Out here, the Just Society platform was not a big seller. In 1969, Western grain farmers mounted a giant protest against the Quebecer Trudeau and pelted him with wheat.
Don't bring signs saying that Trudeau is a thief, and don't bring signs saying that I hustle women, because I won't talk to you.
Former Alberta Premier Peter Lawton.
Well, it wasn't so much attitude. He didn't have a good feel for the West. He worked hard in the latter years to try to get it, but I don't think, as a Montrealer, I don't think he really had a good feel for Western Canada. I think he he conceded to me from time to time that he had trouble comprehending the views of Westerners.
He said to me once, I've done what I can about Quebec. Someone else will have to deal with the West. And I thought that was an implication that he didn't feel, I'm choosing my words, didn't feel he had the understanding of the West that he felt he had of Quebec.
The most controversial chapter in Pierre Trudeau's long career came with the October crisis in Quebec in 1970. After a handful of separatist terrorists from the FLQ, the Front de Libération du Québec, kidnapped first the British Trade Commissioner, James Cross, and then the Quebec Labour Minister, Pierre Laporte. Mr. Trudeau sent the army into Quebec and invoked the War Measures Act.
These are strong powers, and I find them as distasteful as I am sure you do.
Civil liberties were suspended. Hundreds of people were dragged out of bed in the middle of the night and carried off to jail. After Pierre Laporte was murdered by the FLQ, polls showed overwhelming support for the government's action, but many came to believe it was an authoritarian overreaction by the Trudeau government. Conservative leader Robert Stanfield publicly supported Trudeau at the time, but later regretted his decision.
Stanfield said to me that it was the most difficult and regrettable decision he ever had to make in his political career when he had to support it. Otherwise, his whole caucus would have abandoned him. And of course, he looked at the polls, and it taught me a great lesson. Whenever the polls are 88% with you, you've done something wrong. And I knew, the fervor and the heat and the passion that accommodated that support and what it really meant deep down. And it was not a good thing for Canada.
I was arrested 4 times in 5 days because I was in black jeans and that long hair because I was 23. It was not a funny sight with people with guns in the streets. And when you look with hindsight, it was a very small group.
I don't think there was some diabolical motivation on the part of Mr. Trudeau or the government. I think he was I think the government felt itself to be in a genuinely enormously difficult situation where clearly they did not have a handle on exactly what was going on, exactly what was taking place.
But he took the one most radical decision taken in Confederation by a federal prime minister to shut off people's basic rights, including, I know people, just nice, ordinary people who just happened to have a cousin who had the name of someone who might be linked with a member of the PQ, wound up in prison for 24 days. So I think we sometimes underestimate the profound wound it made in this society. And the fact for a bunch of people of my generation, it meant going from being a soft nationalist to becoming a sovereignist.
The central historical question about the October crisis is whether the invocation of the draconian War Measures Act was justified. Because it is such a massive abrogation of civil liberties, the wording of the law specifies that a state of real or apprehended insurrection must exist before the act is proclaimed. Many question whether such an insurrection existed. For political reasons, Trudeau did not want to be the one to say that an insurrection was underway. He insisted that the provincial and municipal governments that were requesting the War Measures Act be the ones to do it.
Did you ever believe that an insurrection was occurring in the streets of Montreal?
I believed that when the Premier of Quebec and the Mayor of Montreal wrote me that they apprehended an insurrection, I would be well advised to listen to their advice rather than to mine.
If you actually listened, watched, Mr. Trudeau's comments, and when you questioned him in his he was actually very careful. It was clearly the one area in the interview where he was enormously uncomfortable.
I think fundamentally he was personally embarrassed about the consequences of it. Whatever justifications can be found, the consequences cannot be erased. And the consequences have been there for 25 years.
Mr. Lalonde, did you sense that he was at all embarrassed about it or sensitive about it?
Well, it was, I would say, similar to Mr. Stanfield's situation. For him, it was an extremely difficult decision. Regrettable? No, I don't think he ever regretted it, but difficult, extremely difficult. But if there was a positive impact, I think, out of it all, fact is that that was the end of the resort to violence in order to achieve political ends in this country.
As a cabinet minister, Jean Chrétien had urged Trudeau to bring in the War Measures Act.
Do you have any second thoughts or regrets about the invocation of the War Measures Act?
No. No. We were told by the Premier of Quebec and by the Mayor of Montreal that they had lost control, and we had no other instrument. Information are not the same. It's easy to be right. The quarterbacks in the Monday morning are always good. But the guy is in the middle of the field throwing the ball, doesn't have the time to go and consult. He has to throw the ball.
Among those who would most anxiously await the public appearance by Pierre Trudeau were still photographers. The attraction was mutual. Trudeau was never shy about performing photographers, like Maclean's photo editor, Peter Bray.
He was a gift. He was a real bonus as a news photographer. I had a great time. He was spontaneous. He would just out of the blue, something would happen. And it's one thing you could expect from Trudeau was the unexpected. Watching this guy play at work was just marvelous. And I always had the camera ready because I knew something will happen. We were up in the Arctic on one trip up in the South Nahanni River, and we stopped overnight in a little island here. Somebody pulled out a frisbee, and he starts toying with the frisbee, and he's pitching it around. And he's 50 years old, and I'm quite amazed. I said, "You're pretty agile. And what else do you do?" So he said, "Oh, I exercise, and watch this." And he gets down, he does a one-handed push-up. And I never saw that before. And then he starts doing this yoga position where he's holding himself horizontal off the ground. For me, I had never seen anything like this before. And I was quite amazed with this guy's physical feat. But that's what he was like. He loved to get into everything. Wearing hats or something. I think I photographed him at least 15, 20 different hats over the 15 years, 16 years. Somebody gave him a hat. Hey, why not? Somebody handed him a whip. Bingo. He'd like to see if he was good at it.
The photo opportunities included dates with a series of beautiful and sometimes famous women. And then, at a Rideau Hall skating party came a new love interest, the first public appearance with Margaret Sinclair. His surprise marriage to Margaret in 1971 stunned the country. The press corps trudged after Trudeau on his honeymoon to see if he would sound very different as a married man. He didn't.
Got a tip for the mason?
In his first term, Pierre Trudeau wanted to govern Canada in a new way. His motto was reason over passion. His approach was highly academic, intellectual, and he surrounded himself with like-minded, elitist thinkers.
So we spent a lot of time looking at flow charts and graphs and plotting our courses and everything else. We even did that during the FLQ crisis, trying to see what the next move of the terrorists would be and how we would counter it and what you did with the media and the police and the army and everything else. I suppose an experienced politician would have looked at, discussed with some of that, but I wasn't an experienced politician.
In 1972, the would-be philosopher King called an election. He said he wasn't going to fight the opposition. He would merely commune with the electorate.
In 72, it was, Mr. Sandfield, he's trying to win the election, that's fair. Mr. David Lewis, he's trying to win the election, that's fair. You listen to them, you listen to me, and you choose the best party. They almost didn't choose us.
Prime Minister Trudeau is now coming into the Liberal room at the Skyline Hotel. It's not a cheery moment for Mr. Trudeau. It's fair to say that Trudeau mania is dead.
That night, it was not clear that Trudeau would even be able to form a government.
Is there a phrase I can re-quote to you that I used some months ago? Whether or not it is clear to you, no doubt the universe is unfolding as it should. Good night.
Historian Michael Bliss.
The first Trudeau term was, I think, a coming to grips with the limits of government. He said the government isn't Santa Claus. You have to realize that. Well, a lot of people had thought it would be Santa Claus, and there's a disillusionment in that first term. Almost cost him his government. Then I think he became very deeply cynical about social policy. If they want us to spend, we'll spend.
All the spending programs of the Trudeau minority government from 1972 to 74 put a severe dent in the national treasury. But they substantially increased the popularity of the Liberal Party. When the polls turned in the Liberals' favor in 1974, they stage managed their own defeat on a budget vote to trigger an election. The Pierre Trudeau of the 1974 campaign was very different from the 1972 version. Crass politics was back in. Elitism was out. The major issue of the 1974 campaign became Robert Stanfield's proposal for wage and price controls to fight inflation.
That's the main purpose of our short-term freeze of prices and incomes for a period of 90 days.
He made the mistake that I suppose in military terms you say when the enemy puts the army in the field, then you can snipe at it from everywhere.
Price and wage controls are really only a proven disaster which are looking for another place to happen. And we're not going to let it happen in Canada.
Trudeau won a smashing victory in the 1974 election. But then, 1 year later, went on television to implement the very wage and price controls he had campaigned against.
Required by law to obey strict guidelines.
It was a shocking about-face.
Prices they charge.
Former Reform Party leader Preston Manning.
Well, I think it probably added to Canadians' cynicism, to completely oppose a policy one day, particularly when it was proposed by your opponents, and then to adopt it the next. Every time that happens, I think it increases the cynicism of the public.
What do you think your reversal on wage and price controls cost you politically?
Probably a great amount, because I think until then I was respected as a straight shooting guy who told the truth as he saw it, and wasn't just a devious politician who would say one thing and then go out and practice another.
At the halfway point of his years in power, Pierre Trudeau seemed to lose his rudder. He was severely distracted by the crumbling of his marriage. Then, two new opponents appeared on the national stage. Joe Clark in Ottawa, and his old nemesis, René Lévesque, in Quebec. Trudeau revived, and Canada entered a new era of political confrontation. In 1976, Pierre Trudeau had a new opponent in the House of Commons.
Not wishing to compete with the Prime Minister for blandness.
The young Joe Clark had been elected leader of the Conservative Party and proved a tenacious critic.
I knew he'd be perhaps a more dangerous opponent to me than Stanfield would be, because he was a tough little son of a gun sitting in the third or fourth row of the House of Commons and pointing his finger at me and shouting all kinds of questions to upset my balance or interrupting my speeches and so on. So I knew he'd be a feisty leader of the opposition, which he was.
He was a powerful person to confront. I will say it was a lot easier to do it from the backbenches where I started than it was that first day that I was sitting across from him in the House. And I got over that because he was always tough, but I won my share of the exchanges.
You live on a local scale.
Joe Clark saw a Canada that was less centralized than the Trudeau vision.
We are fundamentally a community of communities.
The pendulum will keep swinging until we end up with a community of communities, or a confederation of shopping centers, or whatever it is, and that's not my view of Canada.
1976 also brought the election of the separatist Parti Québécois in Quebec, and Trudeau's arch-rival, René Lévesque, as premier. Trudeau responded to the national unity crisis with a new round of constitutional negotiations, but found that René Lévesque was effective in rallying the other premiers to support him. Federal provincial first ministers' meetings became a fixture on television.
Television, of course, magnified it and made it important. And so it became, cockfighting territory. And Trudeau happened to be a very good cockfighter, and he was very good at confrontation. And we used to watch that stuff, and I'm just as an average Canadian, and wait for that one moment when he and Lévesque would collide. And that was what made it all worth waiting for. and it was theater.
If we're bargaining, what more did you want from us? We haven't agreed on everything. But at some point, you should say, okay, they've showed at least, and I'm prepared to stand by what I've said now. I don't know how long I'll be in this chair. Hey, you haven't delivered anything to me. That's right. You haven't delivered anything.
No.
I haven't asked for anything yet. I've got a second list, like René Lévesque has.
By 1979, Lévesque was clearly confident that the Prime Minister was on the way out. A federal election was called for May. Trudeau had run out of time. He had to call an election even though his personal popularity had dropped along with the economic record of his government. There was even anger over a swimming pool built for him by private donors at 24 Sussex Drive, at a time when many Canadians were suffering financially. He decided to campaign on the Constitution, but the bloom was off the rose. In the 1979 TV debate, the pressure was on Trudeau to turn the campaign around, or at least stop Clark from getting a majority government.
You don't remember what you even decided?
Well, certainly the question of equalization, a number of them we could go through.
Equalization?
That's not that's
Mr.
not
King
really the
started it. Mr. Saint Laurent continued it.
Sure. The point is, Joe, that you've been singularly unsuccessful in working with the premiers of Canada.
What about
have an
culture?
interest in common fields.
What about
and that they should work
communication?
together.
Gentlemen, it's very difficult for our viewers to follow when you're both talking about this. Now,
What about
finish your comment, please,
communication?
Mr. Clark, and then I'm anxious Mr. Trudeau has an opportunity to reply.
That was daunting for me. There I was, 39, going up against Pierre Trudeau, leading a party that was a minority party. We thought we had a good shot at winning. Certainly the debates I went in later were much easier from my point of view. The one advantage, I guess, was that everyone expected him to wipe the floor with me, and there's always some advantage to going in that way.
This is election 79, and the story tonight is that the Conservatives are on their way to winning this election with the minority.
Expecting to lose, Trudeau had considered trying to hold on to power in a coalition with the NDP. But on election night, he decided the Tory margin of victory was too large for that.
I think it is my duty at this time to recommend to my colleagues that we hand the government over, and that I recommend to the Governor General that he ask Mr. Clark to form a government. Mr. Clark.
It looked like the end of Pierre Trudeau's political career.
With all its sham, drudgery, and broken dreams, it's still a beautiful world. Strive to be happy.
Shortly after the election, Mr. Trudeau paid a courtesy visit to Joe Clark's office.
It was a very cordial but also a very helpful meeting. He told me practical things about being prime minister. We talked about things like some of the public servants one could count on, some of the people who would give you straight advice, some of the perils of the office, the people whose views change once they go through those doors, and how you have to be careful about that. It was a very practical, brief primer on being prime minister from a man who'd just been one. He wasn't burdened by regret. He'd fought a fight. He'd lost it. He was on his way to get his sports car out of the garage and go off to another life.
On June 4th, 1979, at Rideau Hall, Trudeau turned over the government to Joe Clark.
Tell us how you feel leaving office.
Feel free.
I think I must have at the time put on a pretty brave front. Well, this is a defeat, but we'll be back.
In opposition, Trudeau got to spend a lot more time with his children and gained a better sense of the personal toll on family life that politics demands. He became less and less willing to pay it. On November 20th, 1979, he decided to bring his political career to an end.
There's no easy way or ideal time to leave, and there are always strong public and private reasons, both for going and for staying on.
Joe Clark's Conservative government was rid of its most potent enemy, but moved dramatically to bring him back. 3 weeks after Trudeau's resignation announcement, the minority Conservative government tried to raise taxes with an unpopular budget, and then astonished the country by allowing the budget to be overturned in a Commons vote.
Yeas pour 139, 139. Nays contre 133, 133.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order. The government has lost a vote on a matter which we have no alternative but to regard as a question of confidence,
and I simply want to advise the House that I will be seeing His Excellency the Governor General tomorrow morning.
After some hesitation, Pierre Trudeau decided to resume the Liberal leadership and fight one more election. Were you surprised that he decided to come back?
No, not at all. I knew when the vote was taken that he would be leading the party against us. We thought we had a good chance in that election. Just shows you how wrong people can be. And in fact, as the election went on, our prospects improved. They adopted the right approach. They kept him out of sight because there was still some anger against him.
The Liberal Party has launched a peekaboo campaign. They let Pierre Trudeau out for an hour each day and hope nobody will notice him.
The 1980 campaign was a breeze for the Liberals. Trudeau was back in power with a majority government, and like Scrooge on Christmas morning, was delighted with his second chance. Fate had given him an opportunity to rewrite the ending of his career, and he was anxious to make the most of it.
Well, welcome to the 1980s.
In Pierre Trudeau's last term, his first challenge was to counter the separatist threat in Quebec. He had entered federal politics years before to show that Quebecers could thrive inside Canada and to give French Canadians a larger role in the operation of the federal government. With the Quebec referendum approaching, Trudeau had redoubled his efforts on that front. Quebecers were given the powerful energy and justice portfolios in the government, and many other influential positions both inside and outside cabinet. Trudeau's nemesis, the separatist Quebec Premier René Lévesque, called his independence referendum in the spring of 1980, and his Parti Québécois forces surged ahead in the polls. At rallies around the province, thousands were converting to the separatist cause, while the Federalist campaign under Quebec Liberal leader Claude Ryan appeared stuck in low gear. But about halfway through the referendum campaign, the separatist forces started to stumble. René Lévesque had said that all were welcome in his independence crusade, but then made several comments that were seen as denigrating to non-Francophone Quebecers. He even cast aspersions on the English part of Trudeau's heritage, pointing to his middle name, Elliott. Jacques Chrétien told Trudeau about Lévesque's insult at a private lunch.
We were alone. And when I arrived there, we sat down and I said, Pierre, you're not a pure, I'm a pure. I said, René Lévesque said that probably your Scotch blood is stronger than your French blood. For me, I don't have this problem. I'm 100% French. And he was really so unhappy with it. And that led to one of his best speeches of his life.
In his final public appearance of the referendum campaign, at a rally in traditional Parti Québécois territory at the Paul Sauvé Arena in Montreal, Trudeau turned Lévesque's ethnic slur to advantage.
Bien sûr, mon nom est Pierre Elliott Trudeau. Oui, Elliott, c'était le nom de ma mère, voyez-vous. C'était le nom des Elliott qui sont venus au Canada il y a plus de 200 ans. C'est le nom des Elliott qui sont installés à Saint-Gabriel-de-Brandon. Vous pouvez encore voir leur tombe au cimetière il y a plus de 100 ans. C'est ça, les Elliott. Puis mon nom est québécois, mon nom est canadien aussi. Puis c'est ça, mon nom.
I felt that we were going to win. I always hoped we would. I always knew we would, but this time I felt it.
These people in Quebec and in Canada want to split it up. They want to take it away from their children. They want to break it down. No, that's our answer.
it's a stunning defeat for René Lévesque and his step-by-step approach to gaining sovereignty in Quebec.
Si je vous ai bien compris, vous êtes en train de dire à la prochaine fois.
In 1980, shortly after the Trudeau government won its battle in Quebec, it faced trouble on another front. Now, Albertans were feeling alienated and angry. The reason was Trudeau's new national energy program. In the 1980 election, Trudeau had promised to tax oil and gas exports mostly from Alberta to subsidize lower energy prices in the rest of the country. The promise brought a lot of votes in the eastern consuming provinces, but the Liberals were almost wiped out in the West. The oil men were furious and threatened to shut down operations rather than accept what they saw as a federal tax grab. The revolt against the Trudeau government was led by former Alberta Premier Peter Lougheed, who is still angry about the Trudeau National Energy Program.
Well, the economic effects were a disaster. I mean, it set back our industry. It set back a whole view of investment worldwide in Canada. It was just a disaster from a public policy point of view.
The National Energy Program was predicated on an ever-increasing world price for oil. When oil prices crashed, the program made little sense.
The initial estimates were about 50,000 service jobs were just lost or went elsewhere. There's thousands of Albertan families today whose son or cousin is working in Oklahoma or Indonesia or anywhere but Canada because they were forced to go somewhere else as a result of that measure. And that alienated many Western Canadians from the Liberal Party, from the central government for literally a generation.
Vast amounts of money were spent drilling for oil in the far north, but the reserves discovered were unprofitable unless prices were much higher.
The National Energy Program was a total disaster. It was a horrible bit of economic policy making. It was a slap in the face constitutionally to Western Canada. In a way, those wounds are still being healed. It was possibly the greatest single policy-making disaster in Canadian history.
Trudeau looked back at the battle in the context of the ongoing struggle between provincial rights and the national interest in the Canadian Federation.
You know, every premier in our system and every provincial government is elected by the people to stick up for the interests of the people of that particular region. That is to say, the provincial premier must fight for his province. But the government of Canada and its ministers and cabinet and prime minister are elected to try and seek the good of the whole of the country. And therefore, sometimes it'll have to say no to one region and yes to another in order to redistribute equality of opportunity.
What it really came down to is he would prefer to not have provinces. He wanted a central government. He wanted all the jurisdiction in the center. And he wanted a government that was really a unity government in the center, where the provinces were junior partners, and where they couldn't control the resources or use the resources to fraud what he wanted to do. So if you have a prime minister in Canada under our system, parliamentary system, with a large majority, what stands in the way of him in our system doing exactly what he wanted to do were provincial premiers. So we were natural adversaries.
In 1980, Trudeau's battles with the provinces were only just beginning. He had announced his intention to change Canada's constitution, whether the premiers liked it or not. It did not work out quite as he expected. Many believe Pierre Trudeau's crowning achievement was the 1982 patriation of the Constitution with a Charter of Rights. The Constitution Act was signed into law by Queen Elizabeth in an elaborate ceremony on Parliament Hill.
Yes, that was a great day. And, you have this picture here of me when the Queen is laughing. It's because when Trudeau signed, the Queen signed, and I guess Trudeau signed. And when I came to sign, the tip of the pen was broken. So I said something in French that the Queen understood very well, and they found it funny. And, so I had to switch pen.
And this is a state secret?
Oh, yes, it's between the Queen and I.
Get all people together to think through the problems.
As a young intellectual in Quebec, Pierre Trudeau passionately advocated individual rights and denounced what he saw as the authoritarian excesses of the nationalist government of Maurice Duplessis, a government which arbitrarily passed laws to take away people's rights for political or religious reasons. In the aftermath of the 1980 Quebec referendum, Trudeau was again calling for a Charter of Rights, along with other constitutional changes. But René Lévesque and 7 other premiers formed an alliance to try and stop him. The federal-provincial negotiations came to a climax at the November 1981 First Ministers' meeting. In a maneuver designed to break the Quebec premier away from his allies, Trudeau issued a surprise challenge to René Lévesque to hold a national referendum on the Charter of Rights. Mr. Lévesque took the bait.
So we have a new alliance between the Quebec government and the Canadian government. And the cat is among the pigeons.
Alberta Premier Peter Lougheed and Lévesque's other allies were extremely unhappy that he had departed from the Common Front strategy without consulting them. Then Justice Minister Jean Chrétien quietly worked out a compromise deal where Trudeau would get his Charter of Rights if the provinces could sometimes override it. In a frantic night of negotiating in Ottawa, 8 provinces signed on to the compromise deal. The Quebec delegation was staying across the river in Hull and was not involved in the deal-making. Lévesque discovered the surprise agreement the next morning and was bitter that he had been abandoned by his allies. He felt that he had been stabbed in the back.
I guess I felt that we had bested Lévesque, that he had spoiled his own strategy.
What they did this morning is beyond description. I'm sorry.
Well, he said himself, and I remember it being quoted to me, he said, Trudeau screwed me. I was had, and so on. I think he realized, as a gambler that he was, that he'd gambled big and he'd lost. After that, we were going to invent myths about how they'd been left out during a night of the long knives. But what happened, in fact, is that I was dealing with 10 provinces, 9 of which were prepared to gamble and compromise, and the other was prepared to gamble but not to lose. He wasn't trying to improve the Constitution, he was a separatist.
Then Quebec Liberal leader Claude Ryan supported René Lévesque's position in 1981, and still does.
Well, what is not a myth is the fact that no Quebec government in the past 20 years has felt the slightest inclination to sign the charter. Why? Because it was devised and imposed without the participation of Quebec, and regardless of where Mr. Lévesque was at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning on that night of the so-called long knives, the fact remains that Quebec has been out of that constitution since 1982.
Oui, j'en ai une, mais très brève.
Lévesque warned that one day English Canada would regret the way Quebec was treated.
And in spite of the joyous outpourings of most of my colleagues while they were giving their reactions to that, maybe second thoughts and further events will make them understand that this could have incalculable consequences.
Levesque's remarks that day were prophetic. Some of the premiers who abandoned him and made a deal with Trudeau now regret the isolation of Quebec on that day.
First of all, I think Mr. Trudeau made a classic mistake in trying to do the Constitution and the Patriation when we had a separatist premier in Quebec. And I think that he really felt that because he had at that time so many members of parliament in his caucus from Quebec, that he and himself and his members had a lot of support within Quebec, and that it wouldn't be as damaging to have Quebec, the government of Quebec, walk from the conference. My read is that's what his thought process. Mine was the other way. Mine was the way that if Quebec walks, it's going to isolate Quebec, and that's going to build up the separatist forces in our country.
When you made the constitutional deal in 1981, did you ever discuss with Mr. Trudeau the long-term potential negative consequences of isolating Quebec that day?
But we were not isolating Quebec. People have forgotten something, that the day that it was signed, Manitoba did not sign. The day that it was completed, there was Manitoba and Quebec who were not on side. It took a change in the government a week later in Manitoba to have the new premier of Manitoba, the NDP premier, to agree.
But within a few weeks, it was clear that it was Quebec on one side and everybody else on the other.
But when you signed the deal, they were not alone. It's why when I read that Quebec has been isolated, in fact, I was happy not to have Quebec isolated. They became isolated 1 week later. It's not convenient to remember that, but it's the truth. And because Lyons, who was the premier, had a very logical position. He didn't want to have a Charter of Rights. He thought that we were importing an American system into Canada. And he was the most logical one. Mr. Levesque got trapped because he could not oppose. He was, you know him, he wanted to have a Charter of Rights. Could not oppose a Charter of Rights. And the minute that he started to accept part of the Charter of Rights, he was trapped. His tie was cut in the rigor. And when you accept the freedom of association, your freedom of speech, freedom of religion, you cannot stop. And I remember, when he moved on that, we knew that he was positioning himself in a very difficult corner.
Honorable Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau.
In 1982, Trudeau pointed to the Charter of Rights as the most important accomplishment of the constitutional deal.
We now have a charter which defines the kind of country in which we wish to live and guarantees the basic rights and freedoms which each of us shall enjoy as a citizen of Canada.
Sometimes you sing the praises of the Charter. Sometimes you refer to it as flawed or even gutted. Do you feel ambivalent about it?
No, I have a very simple position on it. It's that better a charter which is flawed than no charter which is perfect.
It was a great accomplishment for Trudeau. It was an important document for Canada in that it's become a landmark. People will judge and discuss for a long, long time whether it was the right thing for a country like ours. I happen to believe that it was a powerfully Americanizing principle in our country.
And this is where we get back to the essential role of Trudeau in Canadian history, because he forced that pass, and that gave the courts a document to deal with in the American context of. So therefore, what happens in terms of as your society develops and history unfolds, it depends not on the Constitution so much as it does, but on the kind of court you have, which is totally the American, almost totally the American experience.
I don't think it has anything to do with Americanization. I think it has to do with this question of the rights of the subject and of recognizing that in the modern world today, you need to have balance. And you need to recognize that the courts are going to play a role in that. How else are you going to do it? And it's a worldwide phenomenon. It's not just something that's happening in Canada or elsewhere.
I was one of those people at the time who thought this is an Americanization of Canada. This is a substitution of judge-made law for parliamentary sovereignty, and I was critical of the Charter, and I was absolutely wrong. I had not understood that the extent to which the tide of human history at the end of the 20th century was flowing in the direction of the individual and the rights of the individual as opposed to the rights of the collectivity. The Canadian Charter of Rights, I think, was Pierre Trudeau's greatest achievement. It was very much a personal achievement, and to me is the single most important piece of evidence justifying the notion that Pierre Trudeau was, in fact, a great and visionary prime minister.
Pierre Trudeau retired from politics in 1984 and returned to the practice of law in Montreal. Some historians have been quite kind to him, giving him credit for his role in the battle against separatism in Quebec and the advances Canada made in the areas of linguistic policy and social policy. Some have judged him quite harshly for being the first prime minister to run up massive deficits in his time of office, leaving a national debt to burden his successors and the generations to come. Mr. Trudeau met with historian Michael Bliss in 1992.
When you went out of office, the deficit was over $34 billion a year, and there was a sense that most of our economic problems had probably gotten worse in the past 15 years. And this is where Trudeau was very good on constitution, Trudeau was very good on official languages, but the Trudeau governments didn't know how to run the Canadian economy.
Well, we brought the level of poverty from something, when I took office, it was something around 22, 23%. And we brought the incidence down to 12 or 11. We were more interested in lowering the level of poverty than in those who were worried about the accumulation of debt.
In the report card on Trudeau governments, the domestic economic and social policy, he gets very low grades for. But again, he was, I think, much more a child of his time and the people around him. And in my view, his great achievements are exactly in the areas that he went to Ottawa to do great things in, and these have to do with national unity and the Constitution.
Of course, Trudeau is remembered not just for the constitutional deal that he authored, but for the subsequent proposed reforms that he helped demolish, the Meech Lake and Charlottetown Accords.
I, for one, will be convinced that the Canada we know and love will be gone forever. But then Thucydides wrote that Themistocle's greatness lay in that he realized that Athens wasn't immortal. I think we have to realize that Canada is not immortal. But if it's going to go, let it go with a bang rather than with a whimper.
I always thought some of the architects of Meech Lake and Charlottetown, like Joe Clark, still question the motivation of Trudeau's attack.
Fairness to it wasn't his. Regions. Simple as that, wasn't his. He wanted to bring the country together on his terms. He wanted the terms. He wanted the credit. He would have prepared, I think, to surrender the terms or to have it happen on some other terms, because I think at the end of the day, he was a pragmatist, but he wanted the credit. He certainly didn't want Brian Mulroney to have the credit. I regret to have to say that, but that is my judgment of his motive.
He was just there. He was just this big rock. When he made the famous declaration against Charlottetown, I came back to the office that morning and I said to my staff, that's it, it's over. I mean, there's nothing, there's going to be a whole series of responses, and and there's a whole element of the public that will follow him and that will go, and we're all just kind of throwing snowballs against the statue, and he's just there. He's done it again, damn it all.
As he became older and more frail, Mr. Trudeau kept his public appearances to a strict minimum.
Maureen and I were with him in Atlanta at a meeting with President Carter. We were leaving early, and he was anxious to help with our luggage. We had one bag too many to handle easily, but it was heavy, and he was frail. He tried to, and it was a sort of an embarrassed moment or two, but he finally let me take the bag and move on out. I don't know. I know how people could hate him from a distance. I suppose there would be some people who hated him from up close. I think most people who were up close to him in the way that I would have trouble hating him. He was a very attractive person. He was accomplished. There was a warmth and a generosity to him.
This is a picture of Trudeau and I.
Did you talk to him a lot once you became Prime Minister?
I would talk to him after he was Prime Minister regularly, once a month or something like that. He came to have a few dinners with me. We met in Montreal a few times, in Toronto, but he will not tell me what to do.
Mm-hmm.
He was very good that way. Will ask me questions.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the questions it was amazing in a way, because when you're out and when you're in, you have a very different perspective. So, for example, living in Montreal, on the Clarté Bill, he said, "You're doing the right thing, but are you sure that it will work?" Everybody was telling him that it was to be a disaster.
You're going to wake the giant.
Oh, yes. And I said, "Pierre, if I miss, I'll go and practice law with you. Don't worry."
Many of Pierre Trudeau's close friends say he was never the same after the tragic accidental death of his youngest son, Michel. They were not surprised that his own illness progressed so quickly. Jean Chrétien last met with him a few months before his death.
He was not the same guy, so when somebody, sometimes, he's not to fight anymore. He was not fighting anymore. And now we know he had a cancer, so knowing him, he must have accepted that reality. And he was a very religious person. So he said, "God has decided that my time is up."
When Mr. Trudeau died, the Canadian government approached his family to discuss a state funeral. When his son Sacha was told of the plan to bring the former Prime Minister's body to lie in state for 2 days in the Hall of Honor on Parliament Hill, he was reluctant. He said, "What if nobody shows up?" He needn't have worried. An estimated 50,000 people came to Ottawa to line up for as much as 4 hours to pass by the coffin. The first to pay her respects on behalf of the people of Canada was Governor-General Adrienne Clarkson.
I think Mr. Trudeau's legacy to Canada is that we have become even more of a country which understands and has a tolerance for all the differences that we contain. Northrop Frye has said that sophistication is simply the ability to approach culture with the minimum amount of anxiety. And that's what he did for us. We were able to approach ourselves and our own culture and every aspect of it with the minimum amount of anxiety. He gave us basically confidence.
you know, he was a new man for a new era and a new style. And he was a Canadian wanted to be.
How would you characterize his legacy for Canada? How did he change Canada?
You know, it's too early. It's too early. Takes a long time. How many years it took the Americans to recognize that Truman was one of their best, if not their best president? Takes years. Takes, you know, now they can compare. They can compare him with Mulroney and with Joe Clark and with myself. You know, a couple of others after that. I think it will look pretty good.
As Mr. Trudeau's body was taken home to Montreal by train, thousands of Canadians came out to line the tracks. Some wept, some cheered and reached out to his children.
He was a great Canadian who really accomplished a great deal for Canada. He was a leader in every sense of the word. And I admired him, and even all the people who were opposed to him and detracted from him admired his strength of will, his strength of character.
He has become an icon in the country. There's a pride about Mr. Trudeau that's part of the pride in Canada. He moved people. He is seen as a figure who counted. But he was a very large figure in Canadian life. I think that he did not govern for the whole country as much as he should have. I don't think that was a willful exclusion, but I think by and large it was a very positive impact in the country. Not least in that he's one of our heroes. We're a country that needs them.
He was, in my view, the most fascinating leader of any Western democracy in the latter half of the 20th century. I remember traveling abroad occasionally and having exchanges with politicians in other countries, and every once in a while they would come to me and say, "Would you trade?" Offering me their prime minister or head of state, and asking Trudeau in exchange.
I had the pleasure of seeing him quite a few times in the last 5 years of his life because I worked out of the same office. Very soft-spoken, very gentle person on a one-to-one basis. An extraordinary intellectual. But he left a very deep, open wound about Quebec.
What do you feel about, did he leave the country more united than he found it?
No. It may not be his fault, and it may not be a serious thing. The country's not united. We all have our own tensions and interests and so on, and they're in constant conflict. And I've learned to accept that in my life, and I think now we're coming to find out that we're better off if we learn to live with them rather than try and make everything perfect for everybody.
He also had a capacity to persuade, which is critical for leaders to do. There are a lot of people who think that great prophets are great leaders, not always, because you've got great leaders require great followers. And he managed to sustain great loyalty from among the people who supported him. He was very loyal to them. I think if you look at the great successful political leaders of the 20th century or any century, there are people who have a vision, have a capacity to persuade, and have followers. And his style and the way he presented himself and the country, I think he achieved greatness.
Pierre Trudeau's last speech as Prime Minister was to the 1984 Liberal Convention. The Ottawa Civic Arena was filled with mementos of his 1968 leadership campaign. He spoke of his years of confrontations with the superpowers, the multinational corporations, and the provincial premiers.
Whenever the going was tough,
I realized that if our cause was right, all we had to do to win was to talk over the heads of the premiers, over the heads of the multinationals, over the heads of the superpowers, to the people of this land, to the people of Canada. Our hopes are high. Our faith in the people is great. Our courage is strong. And our dreams for this beautiful country will never die.
In Roman mythology, Cincinnatus left his plow to save the Republic and then went back to his plow. Then our image of Mr. Trudeau is the wilderness canoer who comes to Ottawa, saves the country, and then paddles off into the wilderness.
Throughout his almost 16 years as Canada's Prime Minister, Pierre Trudeau promoted many of the qualities we now associate with his personality: bilingualism and biculturalism, a strong attachment to freedom, a hunger for challenge and adventure, a powerful love of the land. Future generations can look back at him with feelings very similar to those he expressed at the age of 25 in an essay called The Ascetic in a Canoe.
Celebrate winter's warmest moments in a Hyundai at the I Love Winter sales event.
Paramount Plus is now Canada's home of South Park. Every season.
We're in Canada. Well, of course.
Indoctrinated youth. Apparently, comedian Bill Maher thinks indoctrination of American youngins is the reason for the pro-Palestine protests that have taken place across the country.
This is what I see when I see kids demonstrating, these progressives demonstrating for Hamas, the most illiberal people in the world, that, oh good, we're going to give America its comeuppance, asshole America. They kind of have been indoctrinated this way.
All right. And then this feeds in with another story we've been talking about where there's been this push to shut down TikTok on the basis that it's because TikTok is the vessel of indoctrination. Because there is so much pro-Palestine content on TikTok, people have drawn this connection. I would argue that because most young people use TikTok, the average age of TikTokers, 70% of them are between the ages of 18 and 34. Not so coincidentally, the ages between the ages of 13 and 34 is the bracket of people who have more sympathy with Palestinians than Israelis. That number has actually flipped since October 7th. It used to be that even among young people, there was more sympathy for Israel. But I would say it's not that TikTok is polluting people's minds. I think that you see on all social media accounts visions of horror coming out of the Gaza Strip that are radically changing people's position, not in favor of Hamas, as Bill Maher so dishonestly and disingenuously put it there, but in favor of simply stopping the carnage.
Sure, a couple things. First of all, I think the argument against TikTok that people are making is specifically that China, the Chinese, who can have influence over the app are promoting pro-Palestinian narratives to like make American society more bitterly divided and internally fighting.
Just like the Russians reminded us that racism existed, and that's why Donald Trump won.
All right, well, I can't naively shake up, given how pervasive the American government's efforts to manipulate the content on social media have been exposed to have been. I certainly can't discount the possibility that China, a government with far easier access to the social media app, was doing the same thing. So I think that's plausible. That said, I agree with you. It's clear that pro-Palestinian sentiment among young people is widespread among the left, among the activist community. Young people are more left-leaning anyway. This is obviously a very important issue. I see that from, from your enthusiasm for the subject, from Jessica Burbank, our Friday host, her enthusiasm for the subject. It's clear that it's genuine. So I think it's naive for people like Bill Maher or others to think that if only we got rid of TikTok or only we made their algorithm transparent or something, that would cause an evaporation of that would cause more support for Israel among young people. I think that's very naive. I don't think it's indoctrination by TikTok. I don't think it's indoctrination at all. I mean, it's a sincerely and genuinely held belief. I am troubled by the belief, and unlike you, I do think there are the activist groups on this issue, as I pointed out many times, including National Students for Justice in Palestine, do seem, they at least endorse Hamas's activities on October 7th. I don't know that they endorse the organization itself. And I think there's far too much sympathy for, covering for, and endorsement of terrorist activity among young pro-Palestinian activists in America. But that's their right.
Yeah, it's really incredible how so many folks like Bill Maher, like Josh Hawley, who have kind of positioned themselves as not being afraid of speech, of wanting a maximalist speech approach, saying that we need to be able to have debate, have been so quick to be among the most authoritarian people in our society as they give commentary, saying that the real problem is TikTok. Josh Hawley has called for a ban on TikTok specifically over what he describes as anti-Israel content. I mean, can you imagine a world where, because Elon Musk has articulated his own political values and has made censorship decisions on the app that are conservative in nature? Obviously, he just got back in this meeting with Netanyahu and said that he's going to ban the statement "from the river to the sea" as a terrorist statement. Can you imagine if the powers that be said, "Oh, we now have to ban TikTok because we don't like the ban Twitter because we don't like the ideological persuasion that Elon has taken of late"? It's a pretty dramatic move.
This is important, though. Josh Hawley is actually being entirely consistent. I disagree with him, but he has, for a long period of time, he is not a, I would say, like a free speech Republican. He has wanted to break up the tech companies since before he got to Congress. He is he's a not part of the libertarian. I mean, he's feuded with Rand Paul on the subject a number of times. Mm-hmm. He is part of the NatCon right, not the libertarian right. He explicitly wants to give the government more power over big companies and social media companies. He wants commissions to decide whether their speech policies are accurate. So this is nothing new from him. It's entirely consistent. He does not have the same values that I have on the right or whatever. We're not in the same tent here. So I'm not at all surprised to hear this. It's entirely consistent with his worldview, which is one that the government should break.
Well, I would still point out he has inveighed in favor of free speech as he's been defending Donald Trump, for instance, over 1-6. He talked about free speech when in the context of investigating some of the Joe Biden corruption issues in defense of the whistleblower, specifically calling out social media companies censoring free speech. So I think very broadly,
issues, he's been the major Republican in favor of repealing Section 230, which is the most anti-free speech move we could possibly make.
But if you're sitting around saying things like, quote, "The Biden administration systematically, not accidentally, tried to shut down Americans' free speech on elections, COVID, Hunter Biden, and more," and you're turning around and saying ban an entire app, I'm going to characterize that as a fundamental inconsistency. But I do take your point. And it is just fascinating. And Glenn Greenwald, obviously, as we discussed before, has been on top of this because he is one of the few people that has really been consistent, regardless of the valence of the underlying politics, in these issues. And it is remarkable to see how many people are now arguing that, well, it's college's problem for indoctrinating the youth. It's TikTok's problem for indoctrinating the youth, without engaging with the idea that we all once valued, that these social media companies give people an outlet to express ideas and to see journalistic content that frankly is not always shared honestly on mainstream channels, including, I mean, Robbie, we were sitting here the other day, yesterday, and I showed you an image out of Palestine on my computer, and you kind of grimaced and were like, I don't want to look at that. But like that is what the kind of imagery that people are looking at. They're looking at handfuls, armfuls, adults with armfuls of body parts of children, dumping them onto a mat as they've collected them from roughage.
Let's see, 3 hours. Oh. This is sexy. Mm.
Now means staying connected. Now is a bold new design and technology that helps keep you safe. Secure your Kia Forte today. There's no time like now.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Every planet except one, which is the Pyramid Planet. There is a planet that's a pyramid. The shape of it is a pyramid. It's turning like every other sphere. Your last stop before reaching the 10th dimension is the Pyramid Star. So once you're at the Pyramid Star, that means you're a highly evolved human being. The pyramids in Cairo, they are facing a specific angle to a space star. How did they do it in those days? You needed to have highly evolved individuals who know engineering, who know astronomy. So you know they had high technology that we don't have.
This is an interview just the other day between, I forgot his name. Hold on. Josh Paul. Between Josh Paul and Christiane Amanpour. Now, Christiane Amanpour is a well-known, anchor for CNN, and she's been around forever. And I think people really take her opinions and her points more serious than a lot of other anchors because she is Iranian British. And so they hear the British accent and they, know she's Iranian or that she's not from here. And they're like, she must be smart. But this woman has done amazing amounts to manufacture consent for U.S. wars over the years. She has helped manufacture the agreement with obliterating civilians around the world for decades. I feel like I've been watching her on TV since I was, 8 years old. She's been there a long time. Anyway, and Josh Paul is the State Department official who quit. I covered this the other day. Quit because he couldn't be a part of this anymore. He couldn't be a part of the weapons shipments to Israel to bomb children.
I think he's right. And I think what you see is a tension between those of us who have worked in political and military fields on the ground in the Middle East. And
when he's saying a tension between us, he means those of us in the State Department. State Department and Defense Department and various other U.S. governmental departments.
In the defense establishment, in the uniformed services, who understand it.
Have you ever heard of the discard phase of narcissistic abuse? It's a term that might sound foreign to some, but for others, it's a cruel and painful reality. Narcissistic abuse is a form of emotional and psychological harm inflicted by someone who displays narcissistic tendencies. These individuals often have an inflated sense of their own importance, a deep need for attention and admiration, and a lack of empathy for others. But behind this mask of extreme confidence lies a fragile self-esteem, vulnerable to the slightest criticism. Now, let's talk about the discard phase. This is the final stage in a cycle of manipulation and control that a narcissist exerts over their victim. It's the point at which the narcissist abruptly ends the relationship, leaving the victim feeling confused, hurt, and abandoned. Imagine, if you will, being the object of intense affection and attention, but then, without warning, being discarded as if you were nothing. It's as if you've been dropped from a great height, with no safety net to catch you. That's what the discard phase feels like. But why would a narcissist suddenly end the relationship? Well, there could be several reasons. Perhaps the victim has become boring or predictable, or they've started to see through the narcissist's facade, or maybe the victim has begun to assert their own needs and boundaries, causing the narcissist to lose control. Or it could be that the narcissist has found a new source of narcissistic supply, someone else to manipulate and control. The discard phase is a harsh reality, and understanding it is the first step towards healing. It's a complex and multifaceted issue, but by breaking it down, we can start to see the patterns and behaviors that define it. Now that we've laid the groundwork, let's delve deeper into the reasons behind this abrupt end. Why would someone abruptly end a relationship, leaving the other person feeling confused and hurt? It's a question many ask in the wake of the discard phase of narcissistic abuse. The answers often lie in the narcissist's need for control and stimulation. Perhaps the victim has become too predictable, no longer providing the thrill the narcissist craves. Or maybe the victim has begun to assert their own needs and boundaries, threatening the narcissist's dominance. It's also possible the victim's rose-colored glasses have slipped, revealing the narcissist's true manipulative nature. But the most common trigger? The narcissist has found a new source of narcissistic supply, someone else to shower with false affection while feeding off their admiration and validation. This new source promises a fresh cycle of manipulation and control, and the narcissist is all too eager to begin. The reasons are many, but the signs are often clear and identifiable. Opening. How can you tell if you're about to be discarded? There are several telltale signs that you may be on the brink of the discard phase. One of the most common signs is a shift in the narcissist's behavior. They may become increasingly critical and demeaning, picking apart everything you do or say. Their words, once full of flattery, now seem to be full of contempt. Additionally, the narcissist may start to become more distant and withdrawn. Instead of lavishing attention on you, they now seem distracted, uninterested, or even cold. They might start making plans for the future that don't include you, signaling that they're preparing to move on. In some cases, the narcissist becomes physically or emotionally abusive, using fear and intimidation sign that the discard phase is imminent. Closing. Recognizing these signs is crucial, but understanding their impact is even more important. What happens to the victim when they're abruptly discarded? This is the question that haunts many who've been through the discard phase of narcissistic abuse. The aftermath can be a whirlpool of emotional and mental turmoil. Depression and anxiety often take hold as the victim grapples with the abrupt end of the relationship. The unexpected severing of ties can trigger post-traumatic stress disorder, a debilitating condition that can linger long after the narcissist is gone. The victim's self-esteem may plummet, having been eroded by the narcissist's manipulation and control. They might struggle with a loss of trust in others, making it difficult to form new relationships. The world can feel like an unsafe place where anyone could potentially be another narcissist waiting to pounce. The effects are devastating, but remember, there is always a way to cope and heal. So, how can you cope with the discard phase of narcissistic abuse? This is a question that many victims grapple with. The discard phase can be a brutal and lonely experience, but there are steps you can take to weather this storm and come out stronger on the other side. First and foremost, focus on your own well-being. This might seem simple, but it is often the hardest step. You've likely spent a considerable amount of time catering to the needs of spending time with loved ones or pursuing hobbies. These activities not only distract you from the pain, but also help in rebuilding your self-esteem. Setting healthy boundaries is another critical step. The narcissist may attempt to re-enter your life in various ways, promising change or blaming you for their actions. It's essential to remember
Les cadeaux de dernière minute, c'est tout un art.
Okay, gang, this is the excitement of a filibuster in the House of Commons. Right there, that is a live look at a green slate as they await the results of electronic voting because the House of Commons right now, MPs, they have now passed the 24 straight hour of voting. So the sleep deprivation, speed up or slow down your pulse. Well, we're going to check the political pulse of Ottawa this week with our panel of political insiders who will not be covered by a green slate on the screen. Greg McEachern, former Liberal ministerial staffer, now with CAN Strategies. Melanie Richer, former Director of Communications in the New Democratic Party, now a senior consultant with Burnscliffe Strategies. And Fred Delory, former Conservative campaign manager and partner at North Star Public Affairs. You know, Greg, when we planned this segment, the show is, oh, do a live look at the House of Commons. We'll show the tired MPs, and you know, that's how you know it's live, folks. So let's talk about this because you all kind of raise this as like as the big moment of the week, or at least it fits into a larger narrative of the week. But Greg, you don't think this is a good move by the Conservatives necessarily to do this kind of filibuster. What's your take on it?
No, I mean, for a party that talks a lot about common sense, this doesn't feel like it has any sense, common or otherwise. It's wasting a lot of money and time. And there's a lot of, it's hard to find the connection to what they're talking about. They're talking about this is about carbon pricing when none of the votes are about carbon pricing. And let's keep in mind, majority of the parties in the House of Commons want some sort of form of carbon pricing, and the Conservatives themselves ran on this in the last election in 21. They had some sort of plan themselves. Now they don't. What it reminds me of, I was going to say, in terms of Mr. Poliver, he took off. He wasn't there for his own filibuster. And I was going to say it's like having a party and you don't show up, but I'm like, it doesn't feel like a party. It reminds me of those 80s movies where somebody tells one gang or one football team, we're going to go beat up on the other ones. And the guy who stirs it all up takes off and heads out. And he goes to
That was
Montreal.
me in high school, by the way.
Yeah, I heard. There, the problem as well is he went to a fundraiser and he also prevented, I'm glad that he went to a Hanukkah event. It's been a really terrible fall in terms of for the Israeli people, for Jewish people, but he also prevented other Jewish MPs who were stuck in the House of Commons from attending their events. And other conservative MPs got to go to Hanukkah events, but the rest of them, especially if you're in the government, you didn't get to go. That won't go unnoticed.
Yeah, it was a confidence vote, so they had to be there. And even with remote voting, you don't want to rely on it in confidence and go too far afield from the House of Commons. Occasionally,
Yeah, it feels petty. It feels mean.
Mel, what's your take on this one?
Yeah, I guess there's like mixed takes a little bit. We're talking about Carpatiev, I think, all week this week for different reasons. So I guess if that's the goal of being in the news, I think goal accomplished. They're then going to be able to go back to the ridings and say,
What is it
this
I'm
is what the
supposed to say to you?
Conservatives voted against. They voted against, you care about this issue, they voted against it. You care about this issue, you voted against it. And even issues that are typically in the conservative wheelhouse, like either military spending or CISA spending, also voted against. They keep voting against it. I think it's just going to give ammunition to MPs to go back to their ridings, especially MPs who are up against the blue team in the next election, to say, you care about this issue? Well, here's the proof of them voting against it. So I think on that front, it's a little bit less strategic.
Fred, do you see it that way?
I've been around Ottawa for
No.
2 decades now, and a historian of politics,
Not doing
looking at
this
all
with
this, I can never think of a time where the official opposition ever voted for a governing budget. Just doesn't happen. So you can point out these things, but the opposition never supports the government budget.
Nope.
So I don't see this at all. And I see on the opposite where
Time to switch
Polyev has
your
one clear message he can
substance
hammer
theory.
this week. If we have the other parties, the governing parties, basically supporting the Liberals' budget, who are out there saying, they're going to go back to the ridings with a laundry list of all of these different things. Like, it's hard to communicate. So I think on that
Ask
front,
Matthew.
this is a win.
He will help you.
Right. I mean, Greg Fred has a point there that two things clearly unify the Conservatives: opposition to the carbon tax and 1 a.m. McDonald's deliveries from their leader. Because that video, that's the happiest.
Time
I've
to
seen
get
them
off
look
these
in a long
fucking
time.
trucks.
Yeah, I'd say there's also a play of the week here. I've heard an MP say Pierre Poilievre has brought the Liberal caucus together in a way they couldn't bring themselves together. Morale is extremely high. It might be the worst Christmas party on record, but they're all there and they're in, from what I hear, in a very, very good mood. I dispute what Fred said.
This is all
the
in your head,
Ukrainian
and
Canadian
it's the
Congress
drugs doing
today
this to
came
you.
out against
No, I
the
can't
vote.
fucking say that. You fucking
and,
asshole.
and it's a bit different, Fred. It's not just a vote on the budget. They have, done this so that they have to, do a vote every 15 minutes on every issue. And some of these amendments, they could have said, yeah, we support Ukraine, but they're not. And I think that's
But you're
a
not
bit
going to die
problematic.
because you
It
tell me
is a
this
little
like
bit the
on a weekly
Republicans
basis.
more and more. I know no one likes to hear that because we don't want to hear about that creep, but it's harder
And every single
harder
time,
to avoid
nothing
that
happens because
connection.
it's all in your head.
Right. So Fred, I just want to get to that bit before I go to Mel for a pick, because Paul Wells
Every
raised
single
this,
time,
issue
what
earlier.
happens? Nothing. It's
This
all
is
in your
not about the
fucking head.
Ukrainian Free Trade Agreement today. They voted against Operation Unifier, which is the Canadian mission to
Because you know
bring in
this.
Ukrainian soldiers.
Because you
which
know
is
that's
one
what these
component
drugs
to
do.
help them, hold on this long. I take your point.
You know
Opposition
that's
parties
what these
vote
drugs
against
do.
Budgets,
Right.
but when you break it out line by line and it's that line,
Mhm.
is that a potential problem for them? Because it's already out on the clips.
It is, and again, when
If
you
you're
go to
talking
laundry
about
list, that's
Dan-
where if the governing parties had an actual narrative that can push and focus on these and tell that story. And this is a problematic point.
Yeah.
Voting against this, and the reason is obviously the carbon tax is a message the Conservatives are winning on
Because
and
you're
pushing it out.
being
I think we all know
ridiculous.
the Ukraine vote has nothing to do with the carbon tax. It's about playing politics here locally and going
Sure.
after the urban base. That the new Conservative base, which happens to not support fighting these foreign skirmishes.
Right, which is going to be an interesting challenge.
You need to get
as
off
they
these
try to
drugs,
build
like,
coalition.
fucking
Okay,
now.
Mel, you wanted your moment to highlight. What do you got for us this week?
Yeah, so we saw a few things this week. All the votes in the House with Polyev forcing all those votes. We saw finally a resolution at the Natural Resources Committee
Do
where
2
the
weeks
Sustainable
on-
Jobs Act was able to pass after I think it's something like 20,000
Anything
amendments.
natural.
Went to 2:30 in the morning.
Yes, and they've been filibustering for weeks, months, etc. we also saw the Conservatives vote against school. I'm having a hard time with my words today. School food program for kids.
Kind of hard to believe.
I get that, opposition doesn't always want to support the government, but if I'm just a regular person watching these things at home, I can't help but think, why do you hate action?
I don't wanna hear it.
These things. Why are you so focused on?
Because it's not Ivan, it's not Victoria, it's not Brad, it's not Pam, it's you.
I know we're gonna, vote against the things that the government's putting forward, especially when you're trying to be the government in waiting. But for folks who aren't maybe paying attention to the baseball,
You
I think what this
buy
looks
the
like,
drugs,
it just looks like
you
it's
put them to
childish,
your
it looks like
face.
a game. It looks like you're not actually in Ottawa working to get
Change
stuff done for me. I don't
drugs.
think that that's a good message to send to people.
Fred, it seems some of what's going on is part of this larger dysfunction, and I'm not blaming this across the country, or defiance across the country, where provinces are saying
All of
we're
us
not
are
gonna
trying
abide
to
by
take
your legislation,
responsibility
Justin Trudeau, 'cause we don't
for
like it.
ourselves.
Now, the Conservatives are gumming up the machinery of Parliament Hill. There is a real concerted pushback that's just affecting the basic machinery of government operations.
Right. Well, filibusters have not just been
No fury, not both.
But there's no question the opposition doesn't have a lot of tools to use. So they're
I'm not
using
arguing
what
with
they
you.
have. But there's no question there's a lot.
I'm
of
not gonna keep
anger
arguing
in
with
this
you.
country against the current government, and it is stronger in the conservative movement. And the provinces you mentioned are conservative governed provinces.
Yeah. Greg, how do you see this one in terms of hyper partisanship seeping into everything right now?
What I find interesting is, it's the polling and the polling coverage have been relentless. And yet, despite how well the Conservatives are doing in the polls, they feel that they're still nervous about
You want to stay
Bernier,
like this? That's on
Fred
on
mentioned
you.
the base, that they
You want to
still need
change things?
appeal to them
People
somehow
are trying to
by
help
not
you.
supporting Ukraine. There's been some talk about the MP behavior. There was the guy this week the MP
No
this
one's
week who
making you
called
do
the Prime
anything,
Minister a
Brandon.
liar and got kicked out and instantly had something on social media. And there was the finance.
You're a
they
grown-ass
called them
adult.
shadow ministers who had the finance minister at a panel asked
Adult.
Minister Freeland if she had seen his leader's brilliant video and encouraged her to watch it and like, share, and subscribe. And I thought to myself, this is a grown man doing this. I would be embarrassed. And why? Are you auditioning for cabinet? That's what I, kind of assumed.
Oh,
Post columnist Sabrina Maddow, I think in the fall of 22, and he alluded that not everyone's nomination was safe, and that some of these people may be also concerned, and maybe Fred knows more than I do on this, but I've not seen, like we've seen with some of the other MPs, that their nomination is secure. They know that they're running in the next election.
If
So
you do,
is the leader also using these great polling numbers
You
to
will-
kind of dangle that as a sort of Damocles over their head and say,
do
like,
this.
let's suck up a little bit more here.
Well, it certainly has a effect of keeping caucus on their toes,
Other
right?
people
But
can be
for
around
the
it
sort of to get
without
to
doing
your
it.
pick, I mean,
So can
Pierre
you.
Poilievre is at the center of almost everything we talk about, right?
Yeah.
He is, whether you like him or dislike him, he is fueling the narrative of Canadian politics more and more.
How many
and
people do you know that
Yeah,
went to
the
rehab
leader of the opposition is setting the agenda
that
in this country
are
politically.
counting
which
down
is
the days
unheard of. I
until
don't recall ever seeing this
they
before.
are
He's driving the message. They're controlling
back
the House
on
right
it.
now. We're complaining about MPs working too hard when they have a month and a half coming up break.
I don't think that's what it is.
I don't know if that's fair. I don't like, seeing, senior citizens. We want all age ranges in the House. I don't really like seeing senior citizens sit there for 24 hours, Fred, but that's just me.
It wasn't the Conservatives that made these a confidence motion where they had to show up.
Oh, I think that's, so it's not.
Well, but it's a money bill, so it has to be a confidence motion, right? So but
yeah, you were giving the leader credit.
No, but just we got about 3 minutes left. But just to finish your point, and like he's been able to do this through a variety of ways.
The video he put out last weekend, Housing Hell, millions upon millions
that
of
most
views
people
and driving
do
that
not
message
get.
again. And the Liberals' response to it, Chrystia Freeland put out a tweet with a link to the text of something that's in the feds talking about it. And it's like there's only one party. I've been saying this for a while now. There's only one party campaigning right now. This is politics, not
Time to
power and
decide what you
influence,
care about
power and
more.
Politics. And Poilievre is running circles around the other parties right now.
Fred keeps bringing up the fall economic
I
theory.
know,
We can't
there it
stop
is
talking
again.
about that.
Fall
After saying we wouldn't be talking about
Every
it,
time
there's a
someone
conservative
has this
but Mel,
conversation
he
with
is
you-
right though, right? People have
And
talked
you
about
go
the Parliament
right back
campaign
to
as a stable feature now of modern politics, and Pierre Poilievre has certainly embraced that concept. So your party Greg's party? What do they have to do to start pushing back?
All
on
right,
this? We've
well-
seen Sean Fraser do some things on housing, rhetorically, but certainly not in sort of.
Let me
like
know when you
the order of
decide you want to
magnitude of
fucking
video.
be sober.
Right. And I think another thing that was probably a reason for why there was so much attention is this is, I think, the first time we've seen Poilievre be propositional
Not
instead
like
of
this.
just angry,
Right.
mad all the time, right? So this was also an opportunity for folks to start getting
You
a
like
taste
yourself
of what
being like
that
this?
would look like as we are actually in
Fine.
an election, whereas so far it's been, just opposition. The world's on fire. Let's
Don't be
Yeah.
surprised
put
when people
everything
are
down.
going to stop helping you
I
because you're
think,
not trying.
To your point, though, he is punching through, and it probably doesn't help that
Personally,
we have the government and we have
I
opposition parties
don't like you
amplifying
like
his
this.
video and commenting on it, and all you're doing really is showing more people this video. But what they need to do in the lead up to the next one is they need to take up more space. They need to be focused on their message.
But obviously
and I
you
know
do.
there's news of the day that you have to react to all the time, but unless you are focused and persistent on the message, like we've seen Poilievre, they're going to have a hard time punching.
Yeah, Greg, the government doesn't have the luxury of ignoring issues and focusing on one thing, right? Because you just keep getting sideswiped by the world.
Yeah, and we talked, I think this 2 Fridays ago about the Liberals have had a good week. Last week they had a good week. This week they had a good week, and I think the way that I mentioned that the caucus feels
If
emboldened.
you don't want to be like this anymore,
I think that's going to have an effect on
You know
partisans
it
as
needs
well.
to
It's
change,
hard with the
Fury.
relentless polling that it's so negative. But I think this week and having all those votes, there is an issue there for every Canadian that the Conservatives have voted against.
Right.
Your previous panel talked about a Jewish center. We've talked about the Ukraine, things in Atlantic Canada. There's a lot there for both the Liberals and the NDP to use.
Okay, Greg, sorry, Fred, we got about 15 seconds left. You shook your head when Greg said the Liberals had a good week. You don't think
No,
they did? Where do
I
you
don't
think
think
they
there's
are?
any question Poilievre and the Conservatives won this week. All the headlines they got, positive headlines for them that they were going to make the Liberals work until Christmas, and the video and everything they've done. And of
what are
course,
you
we haven't talked
expecting
about
though?
this. We have
This
not
is
talked
what
about
you
Speaker Fergus.
chose, Fury.
Right. Yes, and we can't because we're out of time. But they may not even work until Saturday in the House. We'll see. All right. Thank you very much, Fred Delory, Melanie Richey, and Greg McEachern.
At Sports Experts in Atmosphere, sports and outdoors enthusiasts are rewarded with the Spend and Get.
It's going to take at least 2 weeks for you to realize Fury. You're doing this to yourself. Because every time someone tries to help you, you turn it into a big joke and you go right back to it. Rhea was going to kick out Connor so that you two can get your shit together. You would be out of Fatal. And what did you choose? Don't play me for a fucking idiot. Don't try to play me like I'm dumb. And I'm sure as shit that you aren't that dumb either. Does it seem like I'm kidding? I'm not going to keep doing this back and forth thing with you. I'm super shocked that Connor would do that. I don't even know why you guys still have him around. I had Jimmy fucking take care of him, and you guys brought him back in. And why was that? Because he had something that you guys wanted. First of all, Rhea doesn't even live there. Rhea. You don't need to buy drugs off of him. He gives people drugs for free to try to trick them into being friends with him. And you can't tell me you're that dumb. She was willing to kick him out so that you could have moved in, and you said no. You can keep coming up with excuse after excuse. I'll try to talk to Yan about maybe you staying here for a few days. But honestly, Fury, you haven't shown any of us a reason to have a lot of confidence. Talk to Joker, I meant. You're going to be talking to him because I'm too emotional and I don't want to say something that I don't mean. I'm going to say this one time. Not This is what I'm fun time. It's reflection time and planning time. I don't care about drugs. Like, I'm no one's fucking parent. But the only pipe that'll ever be around me again is for weed. Fury, I don't want to be around drugs. Because I don't want to be mean to you. Because this person is not you. My family doesn't even know where I live. I don't want to hear you shit talking them to me anymore. It's going to take you 2 weeks to finally get a clear head, or at least realize to the extent of how hurtful it is that you accuse them of doing anything other than trying their best to help you. It's time for extreme fury. You're at that point. You are not okay. I'll talk to Yen tomorrow morning. I'll let you know if we're going to be coming by so that he can talk to you. But they're not. It's in your head. Honestly, I'm amazed they even still give you the time of day with the way that you've been treating people. Do you honestly think that the entire world is revolving around you? Is revolving around you? Do you honestly think that you are treating people with kindness? Because no one can handle being around you. Because you're so mean. I just want you to be the way that I've always known you to be. How many times can this happen again and again and again? When they help you, this is how you treat them. Why would I assume that you would treat me any differently? Last time we called Andy's house, you hung up on the girl because she was having a hard time understanding the phone number, and you didn't want to repeat. But no one is doing that. There's honestly no point in trying to reason with you right now. Because anything I say, you are not going to believe. Go to Matthew, get MDMA. Just please try and tomorrow I'll message you and let you know what the plan is. You need to show me that you're going to take this seriously. I know you don't like being told what to do. But if you actually want help, you're going to have to listen. I know, but I don't actually, which is why Joker's probably the better person to help you with this. Because I feel like everything I'm going to say is just going to make it worse. So try to stay calm till I talk to you. Go see goddamn. No one is torturing you because everyone is too busy trying to keep their own shit together. You're lucky you even have a home right now. You are lucky to even have a home right now. Go find Pam. Go say hi to Rod. Put yourself around people who are not shit. Fury, tough love is love regardless. No one wants to fucking film you, Fury. No one needs to watch you on camera to know what the fuck you're doing. You know what? I'll get goddamn to go see you. Like, this is the equivalent of Billy. Because he is fucking crazy. Where the fuck are you? Matthew. Okay, I'm fucking done with this. You're a fucking asshole. I'm not fucking. Like what? Why do I get thrown in with all the drug addicts? But I don't even ever fucking do the drugs. Good, you deserve it. Are you serious? That's fucked. Oh. Ow. Ooh. Really focused on it.